Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? Moving all weekend, what's the TLDR on the Holy Relic? No nerfs whatsoever, therefore basically no changes, except that we've got a Merc now and we can benefit pretty heavily from that. And I'm pretty tempted to put the Animate Guardian back into the build, but not the Spectres. Before doing slam practice, what's going on? The Merc replaces the Spectres? Yeah. So, I was looking through some stuff that we've never used on Animate Guardians before because they don't even have those slots. And I realized that it's probably worth putting together a master list path of building for all of the support related items that could happen on a Merc. For instance, Periquil's Toe. Nearby allies damage with hits is lucky. Okay. Right? So that was the first one, and then we found some other things since then. But my thought was we should just start putting shit together. Like in a single path of building and just have all of the options there. And maybe I'll make some like gear sets for it as well out of those options. But like, you know, if I had just one path of building that I could just open and look at all of the options that were good, I'd probably be, or that were usable, I would probably be happy about that, right? So we're going to start by just looking for amulets because they're new. I don't want to just say nearby, right?
We poggin.
Hey. Twilight. Thank you for the 37-month resub. Manifest stuff like Armor. No idea. Weaken everything in the map. Yeah. So these won't work. These minion stuff doesn't work. Right? And things that like grant auras, we can assume they won't work. Like you can't give your buddy a tier of purity and expect a level 10 purity of elements to show up. That's not going to work. But yeah, they have their own skills, but they won't trigger or use skills on items at all. They have their own skills, but they won't use item skills. So Zoph's Heart is a good one. Nearby enemies are covered in ash. Gonna be permadead without some minion life and some sort of minion recovery. Like they need to recover as well. Even the Ignum nearby enemies are blinded is something, right? Like that's something. The doppelgangers, is that an amulet? Because we're looking at amulets first. Where exactly do I get the gem sockets? Oh yeah, yeah. I don't think as many builds are going to be using Animate Guardians as people are worried about. I think a lot of people will throw them in builds that they don't belong in early, and they will die every map in the first 10% of the map several times, and over the course of a week, everyone will get fed up with it and stop using them. But I think they fit in far more builds now. There will be builds that can bring them, but not nearly as many as people think. Right? Yeah, no, I'm aware of that. What I'm saying is we're looking at this shit right now. Amulets. Well, do Mercs have attributes? They might have really low into something. Maybe? I don't know. We never saw their stats page. Yeah, they have stats, but we didn't actually see the stat page, so... Yeah, Shaper's Seed. Shaper's Seed is insane. Nearby allies regenerate 4% of life and have 80% mana regen? Just don't know what your starter is. Holy Relic. I'll be starting Holy Relic. I'm just saying. Replica Foible could be interesting. Why? Why? What would that give me? Nah. Right, what else can we use here? Miracle's Toe, we already got that. That one's a good one though. Be funny if something like this works, if you find one that has Summon Golem as a skill and you like put Primordial Chain on it, will it get 3 extra golems? That will be interesting. Gear sets? No, the Mercs do. Which is why I'm looking into like shit that we're not used to, right? Like I know what gear goes on an Animate Guardian, but like these guys get amulets, rings, belts. We've never had this before. So like what other options are there that I've never looked into because an Animate Guardian never had them? Like what else can I use, right? Miracle's Toes are already there. I've got nearby allies damage with hits is lucky. We've got Zoph's Heart if you want to cover enemies in ash. We've got this one if you want to blind everything in a pretty big AoE. We've got Shaper's Seed. I doubt it, but even if we can, that's not, I'm sort of looking for like, what are the support options that I have never used before is what I'm looking for. Like, how can I build a support bot for myself that we've never used before? Give them rares. Oh, mods are on them too. Oh, but look at that last. First, let's look at the list of uniques. But yes, there might be some rare mods to use as well. Earning presents. I'm pretty sure it's just on the wiki. Nearby enemies will be affected by malignant madness, slowing them by 10% and reducing their damage by 10%. Another skill tree, I assume the anoints and amulets will not apply to them. They have their own pseudo skill tree that is not our skill tree. You will not be able to anoint them. I am 95% sure. Juju might be an option. I mean, it would increase the effect of non-curse auras from your skills. I just don't think that that's good enough compared to like the 100 other options. Protecting Cull and get away with it. Yep. Demons think Cull was eternal struggle. We'll get to that, and we'll get to that as we go down. Like, technically Defiance would be... Technically Defiance would be like a thing you could use for them, but I don't think that that's good enough. I think keeping them alive with juice content is going to be hard. I don't think so. I doubt it. I might leave that there. Well, you still want him to live, other than bringing a whole bunch of auras. he also is just straight up a like rarity and quantity bot. He is worth half a party member. So it's 25% more rarity and like and quantity. He is the party multiplier stage. So no matter how strong you are, you're still going to want one. Is making it 25% slower. I mean, if him bringing you 2 or 3 auras plus whatever you gear him doesn't give you at least 25% more damage, you've done fucked up. Like, you've fucked up bad. Like, you should, at that point, you should stop making your own builds and follow what other people are doing. You're definitely getting more than 25% damage out of one of these guys. Yeah. Like scaling Titanic Exiles? Yeah. If you're telling me that a full set of gear on top of 2 or 3 additional auras can't make your build do 25% more damage, you've fucked up. You need to take some Path of Building classes, because that's cooked. Like, you definitely can get that much damage out of these. The real question will be how to make them stay alive in juiced maps or Ubers. I don't think that'll be too big of an issue. I don't think that'll be too big of an issue. You might have to dedicate 1 or 2 pieces of his gear to gear that keeps them alive, like Doppelganger's guys, or like the helmet tech that you use to get like a buttload of energy shield that regenerates real quick, or something like that. All the Merc items. I'd rather go through it all to make sure I don't miss anything, rather than get something someone else has already done, although I do appreciate it. So this one's interesting. Kills enemies that have 15% or lower life. I mean, that's not like a buff they have to turn on. That should just do. Like, that should just work, right? What does this one want to be then? Eater dominate. I want Eater, right? Did I read that wrong? Wait. Critical strike. Oh, we'll do Magnus Edgewood Load. Searing Exarch. Searing Exarch dominated. Okay. Why can't I do this? Editing this type, not the name. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Periwinkle's toe does seem like a really big one though. Like, it is in, like, it's hard to give up. Nearby allies damage with hits is lucky. Just that mod on its own is disgusting. Like, that's so disgusting. Like, look at whose toe? Periquil. Periquil? As long as you're not crit, right? Why would crit? Nearby allies damage with hits is lucky. Crits are also hits. Unless you've got lucky some other way. Because I don't think you can stack lucky. Like, I don't think you can get lucky twice. You either are lucky or you're not. There's a holy relic. No, this is a master path building for every piece of gear that might be relevant for support style mercs. Also, it'll apply to animate guardians, I guess. You'll be able to use some of the gear for that as well. But the big thing is we get rings, amulets, and belts. But like, this is just, if you're a hit build of any kind, this amulet, disgusting. Lucky damage, boom. Yeah, we're looking at amulets first, but I did link Combs Belt earlier in our Discord. Yo, Leroy. And with a 7-month resub. So I don't think stuff like this will work or do anything, right? Gain maddening presence when you kill a rare or unique. This will work if he gets the kill, but like, you're not going to reliably have him getting the kill on rare and unique enemies, and I just don't think it deserves to be put in. And like this, they're not going to have a despair, and if they do have a despair blasphemy, then it'll already be on, right? So I don't think things like that are gonna matter. Here's truth then. Again, like, if they have hatred, they'll have it already. The mana multiplier won't do anything. If you get a bow exile, it will probably make him cull. He also will not use hatred or precision or anything like that. They will not use auras that are given by the items, right? They will use their own auras they already have, but they won't trigger something on your item. Interesting. So the damage pen wouldn't matter. This would work, and it would chill and reduce their action speed by 30% for 1 second. Should I include that? I don't know if it's a good option or not. Honestly, though, for bossing, this is guaranteed. Right? Like, it's just a solid 30% chill. I mean, Zoff's heart is just better, right? Only relic we survived the nerf. We did. No, they will not take annoyance. I mean, like, technically, I think leadership might work, but I don't think it's worth it. They will not trigger things like that. If the leadership gave me the effect, then holy hell. Yeah. Yeah. That would be cool. Okay, so not counting like rarity things, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 unique options just for amulets. Now, is there any crafts like support, like are there any like amulet crafts that maybe we would want? Like influenced things or anything like that that might work for supporty style things? I suspect the answer is no, but and 3 times so Holy Relic could live. What a hero. Did you see the fucking Hex Blast nerf? They just deleted Hex Blast. There just isn't a Hex Blast. Hex Blast isn't a build anymore. It's fucking gone. They said no. Yeah, they said no more Hex Blast. I'm very much not sure why they said no more Hex Blast. You can still play regular Hex Blast, you reckon? Really? At the ability to cast only once every 2 seconds? You would need so much CDR. Okay, I don't see any cool... Yeah, there's plenty to help keep them alive. I mean, I counted Defiance of Destiny and Shaper's Seed. Defiance being a tanky one for them and... sorry, Defiance being the expensive one for them and Shaper's Seed being the cheap one. I don't see anything that I would like really care about amulet wise. Edit each one's name. There's like so like this. Running League Stack Holy Relic with SRS leveling. Yes. And yeah, I could. There's no reason to do that as we go though. It doesn't get any quicker. So I might as well just keep adding shit for now. List of unique rings. Okay, are there any kind of rings? I mean, Doedri's Damning. That's a good one if you want extra curses. So Dotary's damning is good. Dotary's damning. You can apply an additional curse. I'm not doing all of the corruptions as well. Right, because that's just too much. I mean, I'll mention when I make the video that pretty much everything has a corruption you might also want to use. In life and movements, we work on them. No, they will not be considered minions, though they do gain the same damage reduction that minions get to like AoE things and boss moves and stuff like that. But they will not like take minion points from my tree or anything. Or anything like that. We got Polaric Devastation and Call to the Void. Well, Dotary's damning is a good one. So there's one. I don't think Call to the Void will be good. All damage from hits continue. Enemies chilled by your hits are shattered as though frozen. Lessen their damage dealt by half the chill effect. Well, you missed what I was alluding to, because if you would, your rings could be minion rings. Oh, no. They're like pseudo party members. So we'd be looking more at like self-damage rings and stuff like that. It was a text. Call. All right, call could be. That could be a legitimate option if you have the right kind of dude. They won't use the Enduring Cry or anything. They just have one maximum endurance charge, which is not nothing, but I don't think it deserves a spot. They can use the cries on the video. Right, they cannot use a cry from your item though. They will not trigger or use items skills. They would have to have that on their own. This one's very interesting actually. Attacks inflict unnerve on crit. Spells inflict intimidate on crit. So it really depends on how much they crit, but it definitely belongs in the list. But if you can find one that crits even like on average once every second or two, that's still a way to add unnerve or intimidate to your build for boss fights. If you get lucky and got Holy Relic of Conviction before Merc Lab, would you switch ASAP? So the message is duplicated. I would if I also had Lancing Steel. In the path of building, there is a minimum requirement to change, which can be done as early as level 28 if you had the required pieces. You can do that with Glove and Implicits, right? You can do it a lot of ways. This is just another way to do that, that's all. I think Heartbound Loop would only work on their minions, not your minions, and you wouldn't want it to anyway, because like, just wouldn't really be beneficial. Not like you have group custody of the minions. Nah. Do we give them winter weave? I mean, like, you could, but I don't. That's like an experimental weird thing. I'm definitely not putting that in a master list. I want to share this with people like on YouTube and shit. I'm not going to do some weird experimenty bullshit on it. But I am keen. Like, I don't mind the idea. It's certainly interesting. I wonder if they can use this. They should be able to. Put it in their right ring slot and they should regenerate 6% of energy shield. If you were giving them energy shield another way.
People who called Po1 was in maintenance mode.
That's alright. All the people who were claiming shit like that won't say a word now. They certainly won't be like, oh, I was wrong, my bad. What can Holy Relic benefit from an Animate Guardian? Fucking so much. So much. You'll be able to see it when we're done with this master list, but I will also have the Holy Relics Animate Guardian shit in the Path of Building when I share it. Although the one from last league is still up and it has Animate Guardians in it. And so that's all like, it'll be the same things. Do you expect Animate Guardian items to be cheaper since we won't lose them anymore? No, I suspect them to be significantly more expensive, especially in the first few weeks, because everybody is going to want them rather than just minion players. And minion players are quite a small subsection of people. X-Blast got nerfed. X-Blast got fucking deleted. How much Kingmaker and other rare Animate Guardian stuff is going to get controlled? Oh yeah. Rip Kingmaker prices, but you also only need one of them. So, you know. Astral Projector could be very interesting for a damage style one, but I'm more worried about support style ones for this Path of Building. My brother-in-law has played a tanky do all things Hex Blaster for like 3 years. He's livid. Fair. There's not really a lot of options for rings. I heavily suspect rings will be where you res cap them. That's what I think is going to happen. Is rings is going to be where you make sure that they're res capped. That's what I think's going on. Yeah, Anathema. If you want them to like multiple curse. Noise with item removal. I'm just saying we have the technology. I mean, yeah, that would be great. But at least the Animate Guardian doesn't. Here's the thing. I'll put the Kingmaker on the Merc so that I can take it back off again. And the Animate Guardian can just keep the original low budget weapon. Kingmaker can go on my Merc. The, what is it? Dying Sun. The Dying Sun can keep my, can stay on the Animate Guardian. Dying Sun? Dying Breath. Yeah. That's the one. Tell you what. Look, I'm just saying it's an option. Nearby enemies resist chaos resistance is 0. Can you stack 2 Kingmakers for double fortification? I've never tried. I have no idea. I've never been able to have 2 little support buddies to gear, so I've never even tried it. Well, remember the new Kingmaker only gives you 10 fortify stacks. So if they work, then you could have them on both and get 20. How did they test it? Okay, that was 2 years ago. That's fucking irrelevant. We just need to test that with 2 Kingmakers in game. It's a budget build if you take off my Merc's head under original sin. I mean, technically Snake Pit could work for an offensive style one, but... Ooh. When you freeze them or when you ignite them. I mean... Like, maybe... what's the name of that ring that does all resistance? My biggest suspicion here with rings is that's the main place we get res cap on them. I don't even think you'll care about having life on them. Yeah, you're right. We're cheating. Because I don't care. I don't think we don't lose much like rarity. Yep. They will not have res penalties, correct, but they will still need to be res capped. So they will not have any penalties, but they will need to be res capped still from 0. Yes, you can make Mercs into a rarity bot. Yes. Okay. If unique belts, show me them all. Honestly, interesting. Do you think String of Servitude will work? Specifically, Anger has aura effect. Or things like that. I think it will. It could be increased AoE with auras. Yep. Could be anything. Yeah, Elementalists examine cold conversion mines with triple arrows and golems. Yep, I'm on board. Count as a party member, count as another player. So anything goes. Yep. Would it really work? Would grave binds make you apply? Don't make you apply rarity stats? It's so much worse than that. This is not talked about nearly enough. Gravebind applies the rarity of the person who kills it, and then the rarity of the person who's wearing the gravebinds. It actually stacks. You double dip the rarity. I'm not even 100% sure that GDG knows that. But it double dips the rarity. When golems bust will apply to mines. The offensive ones, yes, because mines take your offensive stats. Shut the fuck up for another week. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. That doesn't leave this room. I mean, the chances of there being someone from GDG in this chat right now, moderately high, to be honest. In other places, Snap was talking about it. Yeah. Very few people know that that's a thing, but like the people in the know, right? Like Snap and them, they know. Like Fubgum will know that. It just hasn't really been relevant before. Because for most cases, you can't actually do anything about it. That's not helpful knowledge most of the time. But it might be helpful this league. All right, moving on. What else we got? Because the nearby AoE is tiny and you can't scale it. Yes. Everyone guess what? It's Shut the Fuck Up Friday. It's only really wants 3 golems with meat shield and a 4 link or something for how strong the buffs are. No, because I think, well, it's certainly an option, but I think we're squeezing the Animate Guardian back in again. What is this? Oh, that's actually like really nice. That's actually like really nice. Whoever that is, fucking good job. And does Hex Blast here in this? They need to add Hex Blast in this list here. But otherwise, good job. Nearby enemies are intimidated. Belt of the Deceiver. Yep. It's not on that list because the still was deleted. Yeah, fair. Fair, actually. Imagine if you can find a good trap one and you can throw shit like Sunblast on it. Listen, can we use Darkness and Throwable Jewels on it? I'm guessing no. I'm like 75% sure the answer to that will be no. I'm gonna leave off shit like Headhunter because this is more about buffs or whatever is potential. Yeah, I linked that earlier. Did I miss it? Yeah, I linked that earlier in Discord, but I don't think it's good compared to the other one. Actually, I linked a different one. I mean, Pyro might be okay. But I linked Combs, which I think will be even better, which we'll get to when we get to. Well, so the thing about Pyroclast is that you need to ignite and shock enemies for it to be better than Combs. Because then you get up to 15% to fire and 15% to physical. So you would need something that both shocks and ignites consistently. What's on Hungry Loop? For what? The Merc? It won't work. I don't know that he'll actually get stuff like Corrupted Soul or Immortal Ambition. I think Poison Holy Relic is going to be viable. Yeah. If anything, it's better. It's what I'll be starting. Mercs have flasks. No. Do the jewels work with it? I don't think they will, but it's definitely something that should be tested, right? And the necro. Yep, there'll be a build guide, don't worry. I mean, technically this will work on him, but I just don't think it's worth it. Make offerings affect allies, solution of oblivion, no. Like, technically this will work. It just isn't going to be worth. Ah, damn, see, this won't work either. Because they won't actually cast focus at all. Now, this one, I think is probably the one that's going on my guy. Combs Binding. Nearby enemies convert 25% of their physical damage to fire. So that's... Wait. Yep. You know, assuming you are Holy Relic. Assuming you're Necro Holy Relic, yes. It was like 3/4 of the screen distance, yes. I have used it before. Like, worn it before. It was pretty good. Importantly, for anyone who's like looking at conversion, this doesn't like, this is separate from things on your character. So if you're like using a Cloak of Defiance for 40%, this doesn't make it 65%, right? Because this applies to them, not you. So what happens is if they deal 100 damage, now 25 of that damage is fire and 75% is fizz. Then you take 75 fizz and then you convert 40% of that. So it's still good, but like it isn't gonna cap you or anything, right? You looked at Victoria's charity. Yeah, one thing, one play thing at a time, yeah. And just remove the poison damage cap. I think if they could easily do that, they would have. This goes for Rampage. Only applies on your kills. So I'm going to say no. Okay, I think that's all the belt options, really. String of Servitude, Parashop, Belt of the Deceiver, Combs. I think Combs is the go-to, as far as I'm concerned, for belts for this guy. But I do think String of Servitude, especially a double, could be insane on the right guy. Like, imagine you get a guy that, like, has, let's just say, Wrath and Anger, and you're like a fully elemental build that could use both of those, and then you get a Combs, and then you get a String of Servitude that gives you 60% aura effect on both of them, right? But the string will be heavily like Merc dependent. Who's the whole equipment of the because so far we don't know. I mean, I see no reason why we wouldn't be able to. with intimidating cry. So important note, these guys will not trigger anything that's on gear or use any skills from gear. So things like that would give them intimidating cry, or things like a cost sprees or anything like that, like, or things that need you to like focus to like do things or whatever, none of those will actually work. So it has to be like a passive thing, like something that just happens. Envy worked. Envy will not work. We cannot give them envy. As those aren't skills in the usual sense. Yeah, Harbinger belts might do something interesting, but I don't know yet. Okay. List of unique boots. Let's try boots. Let's go to boots. What kind of Merc are we aiming for? So this is more like a master list. What this is it's going to be all of the support style items that might be useful for anyone. I might put together a few gear sets as examples, but the idea will be you'll be able to pull open this path of building and then just look here in the list of items that we know for sure will work to find something that works for your build. Be like, oh, what kind of amulet should I look for? And you can like look through the list and be like, oh, I want that actually. What kind of belts do I want? What kind of this do I want? And there'll just be like a list of things that function. I do plan to include rare items when there are relevant modifiers for them. For instance, my rings. I should actually make a ring. We'll just pick anything. Right? And we'll just name it Curse on hit of your choice. Right? So like when you look at rings, you'll be like, ah, well, I could res cap with rings. That's an option. I could select a curse on hit. Or one option that I thought was really interesting and also very expensive is you could use Original Sin to just make every nearby enemy have 0 chaos res, right? Or anathemas should give your dude like a 3 curse limit so that he can start running multiple curses. This thing, if you want like the regen or something, right? Even if you're real poor at the moment, then this guy, if you've got someone who does attacks who can crit at least occasionally, at least once every like 2 seconds or so, you could have him do Unnerve, or if it's spells, you could have him do Intimidate. Just for the sake of it, like it could just do that. If you've got a guy who chills all the time, who's consistently chilling, you can use this bitch to get chilled enemies by your hits lessen their damage dealt by half of the chill effect, right? So like the idea of this path of building will just be that all of the relevant options that could work will just be here in a list. Instead of you having to go search for everything, you should just be able to go, what can I put in my amulet slot here that might be good, right? That's the point of this. What might be usable. So Wind Scream is one, obviously. Maybe, I don't know. So Wind Scream is certainly an option. Dum, dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Boot options kind of blow. We'll see. Oh yeah, Maven boots for sure. But we'll get there when we get there. Probably not. I think Wake of Destruction. I think Wake of Destruction is a really good option. Again, you'll need the right kind of guy for it, right? Like if you're going to use Wake of Destruction, you're going to want a guy who like runs in there. You wouldn't want like a standy back dude. You want a guy that like is going to be in there trying to fuck you up. The mercs do not use flasks or abilities from the items. Not at all.
Back status. We are so.
Hey. Lily Fox, thank you for the 16 monthly sub. Like with a cursor on hit ring and a second cursor ring and one of those pull work. Yeah. Should. Not seeing anything cool here. Use the ground kicks so they don't die from those. I mean, maybe. Probably not though. Like I think it'll be okay. Legacy of Fury is for sure an option. The mods may be better. Yeah, we'll look at reg gear as well. Shocked ground is fine. Is winter gonna be good? Is winter what gonna be good? Winter orb? Don't know. I don't know if that was enough of a buff or not. I mean, it's certainly gonna be better. Is that gonna be enough? I don't know about that. Scrim, thank you for the prime. Corpse Walker for keeping them alive. I haven't seen that one yet. I will look at it if I don't get to it by the end. Oh, here it is. Triggers corpse, so it won't trigger the corpse walk. That's the problem. And that's not a percentage regen either. I don't know nothing about the meta of the league because we're getting a full set of yeah. And we don't even know how many gems either. Like, do we know how many different gems there are? Could be 5, could be 120. Yeah. So like, what most people should be doing at this point is planning a build to play for 3 to 5 days. Right? You want to plan for 3 to 5 days. And then be ready to just be like, I found a thing I want to do. Fucking go. Those shouldn't work. Technically, these will work for damage ones, but Mark said there are 16. Did he? Okay. Yeah, I think that's all. I think that's all for boots. Not a lot of options for boots, but Legacy of Fury is probably going to be like used for most people. I think there might be some rare boots. Yeah. So implicits are nice, but like I wonder if there's also some influence mods that we might want for rares. Let's have a look. Remember, Tailwind is an aura? Tailwind is an aura, right? Is Boot Tailwind an aura? I think so. I'm really not sure. Well, so Tailwind as a from Gathering Wind is an aura. But yeah, is Tailwind from Boots an aura? I actually don't know. It looks a bit no one knows. It shouldn't be that hard to test, right? Like, do they exist? Here's the question. Can we just buy some and find out? Surely they exist. They're like 1 or 2 div. And there's like 70 online right now. You're right. If it did work, we would have been using them on Animate Guardians for sure. Yeah, it can't work. That can't work. There are no Kingmakers. Wait, what? Oh, wait. I'm looking for Kingmakers that have Tailwind. Hold on. I was like, what? I'm like, how can there be 0? All right, there are 35 Kingmakers up for sale. They're 8 div each, though. Soul something. Soul... Soul, Taker? Yeah. They're 6 div. Okay, well. Tailwind Kingmaker, give me one. Right? Okay, well, other than that, I don't see any other cool mods to craft, but there is certainly implicits, right? Not necessarily Val implicits, but Eater and Exarch ones. I mean, sure. Drops burning ground while moving, dealing 2500 fire damage per second for 4 seconds. I mean, I feel like if you're fire, if you care about the burning, you're probably just using Legacy of Fury, yeah. So we're after, if we're not using that, so it'll be rare boots for sure, right? We're gonna do Searing Eater. We're gonna put movement speed on them because obviously, and then we're gonna look for implicits that you would use on them. Obviously one of them is gonna be drops brittle ground, right? Brittle ground is the one we would actually want. Is there anything on Eater you would use that could be like buff related though? This has been a groundwork on the Pantheon's movement speed. I have no idea. Yeah, cooldown if you've got one that like yells enduring cry or something, you could use cooldown recovery for that. We'll just put regular. Boom. Use this skill every second instead of every. Wow. Okay. Now we're getting into the fun ones though. Because we know like helmets and body armors, there are lots of options of. Right? We know there are a ton. Let's look at Dome Helmet. I mean, only if you want chaos. But the correct colored socket for whatever thing you're doing would be quite good. Maybe once you're in a link skill. Yeah. Now there's a lot of experimenting to do other than what I'm just doing here. What I'm doing here is just a generic support minion. How many options do we have? But there are some other interesting ideas depending on like how strong they are. Like, one of the most interesting ideas I saw was you can get permanent Huck to come and bring an aura. You can get permanent Nico, not Nico, Einhar, and you could use a damaging mercenary, and you could show up as an aura bot that just had 3 friends with them all the time and just be a solo aura bot. Now, I don't know if that's going to work, and if it does work, I don't know if it's going to be good, but if it does work and it's good, that's fucking funny. That's fucking funny. Yeah, there's nothing I really care about in that way. If they're worth all out supporting, I'll be in a good class for that. It'd be fucking hilarious if they were. To get anoints. We don't think so. More of Conquest is a lot of recoup. Yeah, but is that going to be worth it? I feel like there are better options. Gale Sight and Thunder Sight and Flame Sight are all interesting. Yeah. They can all be added. More debuffing could be nice. Yep. In this case of malediction implicit will also be really good. But imagine that on the cast. Yep. Malediction helms, big money. Yeah. Alright, what else we getting? Hello, I void. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know this fucking existed. The fuck is that? Huh. I didn't know that existed. Not necessarily useful for me, but Cycles Nested, there's a Merc that runs aspect of the Avian. There should be. There are ones that run aspect of the Spider. That's actually interesting. All the aspect uniques will work if you get one that has an aspect already. That's cool. That could be interesting. Imagine if there's one that like has its own holy relics, and I can like you chuck a Joffrey's on it as well, and just have 6 of them. Let's go. See, I'm unsure. Yeah, the crown will work. I'm unsure of whether or not I should include things like this in this like master list, because I'm worried that it will encourage people to put them on when they have the wrong dude for it. Right, hang on. I need to visit the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in just a second. Okay. Shaper seed is super common. Yeah. Right. So I'm going to not include these ones in the master list, but this one, however, 25% increased is eh. But this one is nearby enemies have -10 to all resistances and a bunch of flat of whatever color you want. Like you want fire, cold, lightning, or chaos flat, you can have it. As well as 10% res for all nearby. Okay. Mask of the Spirit Drinker is also one of those things that you can use in combination with something else. What's the other half of this? No, it's Mark of the Stitched Demon, isn't it? Yeah, Mark of the Stitched Demon is the one. But what does it go with? I can't remember. Mask of the Stitched Demon. No, not this Entity Bone Barrier. Before that, there was another, there was a thing we would do to go with it. Yeah, it was a chest. There's a chest to go with it. There was a specific chest that worked really, really well. Wasn't Garb, was it? Nah, it wasn't Doppelgangers. I don't think it was Garb. No, this isn't it either. This is really, 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 really old tech I'm talking about, and it's stuff that I never used, but people who are really, really, really worried about Animate Guardians dying did use. Where they would use Mark of the Stitched Demon, and they would use a chest that would give them a bunch of energy shield to go with it. life. No, it was something you could give them. Does it combine up with Garb? See, but that's, I think that's up to date things.
Woohoo.
Right? Because Garb isn't, Garb just has a few hundred energy shield on it. We're talking about like there was an old combination of chest and helmet that we used to put on Animate Guardians. I didn't used to use it, but there was an old combination that used to get used to give them a bunch of life as extra energy shield. Although, Alex Mzen, thank you very much for the 21-month resub. You're gonna be talking very old. I am. It's entirely possible that the thing I'm thinking of doesn't even exist anymore. Yeah, it wasn't a rare mod though. It was a thing we used to do with a different unique, but it's entirely possible that that unique doesn't exist anymore or got changed. So maybe the Mark of the Stitch Demon thing is not the go for this guy. It's still usable for Animate Guardian because of, at least on a Necromancer, because of Bone Barrier giving you 40% life as energy shield. Right? But that won't apply to our dudes. So if that old school chest doesn't exist anymore, that I still can't remember the name of, then Mask is not an option. Which is fine. So glimpse of chaos with new corruption. Yeah. Use a shield attack. Oh, but there'll be a ton of options. Yeah. So that's kind of the whole idea of what I'm doing right here, is to put every option I can find for support specifically. If we're building support style mercs, what are all of the options that would be good? So that I have one master thing that I can share with people, and you can be like, oh, what belt should I put on? Oh, what amulet should I put on? What are my options? And you can just open this path of building and be like, okay, so these are the options. What suits me? What is something I want? Let's go. You could. You could. I don't think it's worth, but we could. Interestingly, Vol's Vision, 12% life if no corrupted items and 400 regen if no corrupted items, could be a good like early option. More mischief? Nah. Okay, what else we got? I mean, Leah Cast is an obvious one. You kill with fungal growth, dealing 5% there. You have fungal growth where they're stationary. I actually do think that'll work. I'm pretty sure it currently works on Animate Guardians. But you could easily test it by just grabbing an Animate Guardian, putting the chest on it. If it works, then it'll work on the Animate Guardian, then it'll work on the Merc. I expect the fungal ground part would work, would be my guess. Like, that doesn't require a trigger or a skill. So like you have fungal ground whilst you have fungal ground while stationary is one thing that's fine, right? But like if it said like you have level 15 fungal ground aura or something like that, that would not work because it's like you would have to press a button, right? You would equip it, you'd have an aura, you'd have to press the aura. That the Merc is never going to press the aura. Eye of Malice could work. I feel like that's too... I mean, I think I'll include it. Yeah, it would require a pretty specific setup. Hate to see people fuck themselves with Eye of Malice. Yeah, I mean, they might. Include the Blood Prince helmet. I mean, I haven't gotten to the end of helmets yet, but I haven't seen that one. No. Don't think I included that one. Let me just look at helmets real quick. No. Oh. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, it's like 8% cull except the reverse. But it's reverse skull. Sure, that can be added in. Why not? Did we add Bob back into the Holy Relic build? So I haven't actually done the Holy Relic path of building yet, just the SRS one. But I think I will be, yes. No major ranges macro team. No, we saw ranged ones and we saw casters and we even saw one minion one who had like summoned skeletons and shit. And we got drop disabled items, so those don't matter. Okay. All right, next slot. Yeah, doppelgangers is way too new. I believe whatever chest I'm thinking about doesn't exist anymore, or doesn't exist in the form it did. There was I think it did something like gain 20 or 30% of life as extra energy shield on a unique. Did you see the glimpse of chaos for helmets? Maybe. Glimpse of chaos Val mask. I would not use that. Hexblast Miner got absolutely fucking nuked. Yeah, it's gone. Impulses a blind malediction or cross. Yeah, no, I know the options, but the real thing is you would want this on other. Chaos resistance is 0, like. Also, there are like so few of these. There are like so few of those that like, I don't know if it's like safe to add this in a path of building, right? Like, can you even like get the, you can't even like get the things. Oh, here they are. Crushed? Oh, nearby enemies are crushed. Okay, sure. The Trickster's smile helmet. No? Malediction. Sure, we'll add it in. And boots. I actually had done boots. So I must have missed something. Hold on. Smile. Trickster's smile helmet. What does this one do? Damage you the rebection. Ah, nah. Well. I don't think that's a good option. Was I make you thinking giant carbs the ephemeral? No. The chest I'm thinking about doesn't exist anymore. I can't remember its name, but it doesn't exist. Or you're making things up in your head again? No. It was not a unique. It was a craft we had for like 4 years. Maybe that's what it was. I thought there was a unique, but maybe it was the craft. All I remember is you would be like, oh, my 80,000 dude has now also 80,000 energy shield that doesn't count, and now he regens fucking like 40 something thousand life per second, and you're like, lol, okay, now he can't die. But I never used it because the Animate Guardian was never that squishy. After seeing the reveal, thoughts on that? Probably good. probably good. I'm just looking at this one real quick. So this is interesting. Nearby. I don't think I would count that. I don't think that they will stay. Strength anywhere. Nope. It was life as extra energy shield. For sure. It doesn't matter. It doesn't exist. I don't know why it was life as extra energy shield. But like, it doesn't exist. What does it matter? Okay. Next. List of unique what? Gloves? Let's go to gloves next. What can we get for gloves? I mean, like, here, I'm sorry, it might be something, but like, there's a chance to inflict corrosion on hit. Actually, what the fuck is corrosion? Hold up. Is it not even... The corrosion is a stacking debuff that causes negative 5,000 armor and 1,000 evasion per stack. Last 4 seconds. Yo! I mean... The problem with that is that armor doesn't fucking do anything, and you're gonna be hit capped regardless. Right? If armor was like a good defense I cared about, then these gloves would be great as a Merc tool to like strip the armor. But I don't fucking care if they have armor, to be honest. I just don't care. Armor's trash. Oh, I mean, gentle touch, obviously. Obviously. Obviously gentle touch. Anything else we care about though? Grip doesn't work. Vixens for another curse. I don't think that's a good place to get an additional curse. There are so many better options. I don't think that that's a good one. What else? What else? Thoughts on the new cast bomb maelstrom with increased effective withered buff for minions? Until we play with it, I don't know. In theory / in path of building, it looks really good, but what is the uptime like? How does it go? How does it like? Does it cover enough area? Does it cast enough? Is it in the mob's face enough to actually matter? I don't think the Tomb Fists will work. I'm working on the assumption that the jewels in it will not do anything. And the black gloves are cracked here. It's only when your skills or minions kill a rare monster. So I don't think that it will do very well. Because it'll have to get the kill. The spores are fantastic, but it would have to get the kill. And I just don't think that that will work very well. Either way, black's going to be worth a ton. Yes. Gravebind plus rarity items. Yes, but the Gravebind area is quite small. So the trick to that, or whether that's good or not, will be, can we find a Merc whose behavior is to come and give you a hug all the time? We need to find a Merc that has separation anxiety and just wants to be like inside you at all times. And if we can find a Merc like that, Gravebind and rarity items, huge. Tech, but you see his videos making an animate guardian and Merc basically invincible on content, so you can build around it reliably. I did not, but it'll also be like relatively easy to do that. I have a build from like 2 or 3 years ago where I had an animate guardian on a Deadeye. I was using a Deadeye to like farm super juiced MF maps in tier 16s with an animate guardian for like fucking weeks. We can absolutely make animate guardians tanky and shit.
That's a really good point, Diane. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Thank you.
I don't think Southbounds are worth it. I don't think any of these are worth it. Pity you can't make them use Doriani's fist. Enemies not nearby allies. Gravebind? Isn't it enemies killed by... Hold on. Nearby enemies killed by anyone count as being killed by you instead. Okay, yes, you're right. So the opposite, you want one that's fucking in their face at all times. Someone quick moving out in front. Making the mobs wearing nothing but rarity. What could go wrong? Well, I mean, you can make them like practically immortal for like 1 or 2 pieces of gear and then put rarity on everything else. Yeah, I personally won't be fucking with that, but it certainly is an option. Get a question like a conviction in newly played builds. Oh, I'll be making a full build guide on it. It'll come out in the next few days. It's fine. It's great even. There really isn't a lot of great options. Typo and radius, did I? I missed an eye. Is that better? That's better, right? No, I put the eye in the wrong place. I didn't miss it. Hold on. There's an eye in front. There. Okay. I knew how to spell that. I just didn't see it. Internation and Nocturnal's Caress. Do those? Oh, they give Conduit. Ah, but it's on kill. I just don't see it getting any of the kills. Or certainly not enough of them to matter. 4% increased ally damage from your hits for each wither you've inflicted on them. I just don't see that being worth either. It's just Conduit. Is Conduit like, oh, whoops. Does Conduit even matter? Hold on. Yeah, like Conduit will only affect him. It's not like it gives me Conduit, right? Oh, unless you mean give them Conduit so that if it's one of them, if the Merc itself has a way to generate frenzy charges or endurance charges or something I want, then you could use those gloves to propagate those to you. Right. Yeah, actually, I like that. If your Merc makes charges you want. Do we know that they can benefit from the keystone? We don't 100% know, but we're like pretty sure. If we find out they don't, I can always remove them from this list later. The truth is, I'm going to be using Asenath's Gentle Touch no matter what, probably. Like, that's what's gonna happen here. Alright, I don't really see any big options for gloves other than Asenaths. So, are there any rare glove things that we would give to a dude? Because this is gonna be a master list. So Soccer to Buy is worthless. Unaffecteds are worthless. We can't give them skills with gear. Like Unaffected by Grounds is fine. Yeah, Eldritch Implicits will be an option for sure. I'm just seeing if there's anything like particularly cool that I can influence them with, but I don't think that there is. Am I on boots still? I think I was still on boots. Right, here we go. Doo-doo-doo, ba-na-na. Chance to intimidate enemies. Chance to unnerve enemies. Can come on gloves. I think you can just get them on implicits too, though, right? Like, you'd be better off. It'd be easier and cheaper to do that. Lab trigger enchants. Lab enchants don't exist anymore. Do they have gems in specific gear slots, the Mercs? I don't believe so. Ooh. Scrimps. Give it a raid. Yeah, I mean, you could cull. You could blind. Yeah, I'm not including corruptions because if I do, I would end up with a list that would be like, you'd click on something and instead of having like 10 or 12 options, you would have to have those 10 or 12 options like 17 different times. I'll just mention in the video, like you can also put corruptions on and corruptions will matter, but here are all about base options. I forgot that existed. That mod's like insanely useful for SRS. How much do you think you can farm in a week div-wise? Week 1. Craft away. How much it'll cost to make? Oh. I mean, it really depends on when how quickly I can be geared, right? Like I'm still playing Holy Relic, so like it's weak until it isn't, and then it can kill anything. And once I make kill anything, I'll do any farm. Whatever farm makes the most amount of money that I can do, that's what I'll be doing. Right? But it's all, yeah, it's not like a speed build. I'm always a little slow off the mark. My day 1 is never great. Or my week 1 is never, I don't know. I want it to be better. We can talk later about actual plans and like see if we can like figure out why I'm bad and make me better. What is the point at which it isn't weak? 6-link Dialis. I could be a day 5 Mageblood guy if I really wanted to, but I would never be able to start Holy Relic. I'd have to do something very different. If I was trying to be a day 5 Mageblood dude, I'm like probably looking at whatever the fuck Fubgun starts and do that. I'm just like, I'm not doing Holy Relic and I'm not doing my own thing and I'm not fucking around. Like, if you want a day 5 Mageblood, you've got to move. Okay. Searing Eater. You also need to. You would also need to just log out for 12 hours and then do so much crafting and then just log back in with the Mageblood. Yeah, by log out you mean stop streaming, because if I start crafting things, they fucking profit disappears on the spot. And you go, oh fuck, alright. Crafting things? No, you can 100% make a Mageblood crafting early. Not credit card things. You can literally have that by crafting a bunch of stuff. But whatever it is you try and craft on stream, if there's a few hundred people watching you, the market for that exact thing disappears real quick because people copy it. And so you make like one copy of that thing, right? And then suddenly that exact market disappears. But then people never think about their own things. They just copy what you do, right? So like, for instance, with Dig's example, if he's making like 100 div making large clusters, right? If I decide to do that, I get to make 1 or 2 clusters of a specific thing and get them sold. And then suddenly there's 40 of that exact cluster on the market because there's several hundred people watching and they copy it. But no one will think to go to the next one. No one will be like, oh, well, the cold cluster's flooded now, I'm going to pick up a lightning one. And then, oh, the lightning one's flooded now, I'm going to pick up a chaos. So like, if you move around and stuff, you can kind of get away with it. But if you're offline, if you're not streaming to several hundred people, you can just be the only person. You can just be the only person doing a thing. And then you can just sell them all day. Like down. Oh, I've done that probably more than once. I think more than once I remember like messaging different people. I've definitely messaged Diggs once or twice offline and just been like, I'm up early in the morning, not streaming. And I'm like, nope, sick of being poor. What's up on crafting right now? What's good on crafting? Somebody point me at a thing. And then I'll hate every fucking second of it. And I'll just sit there for a few hours before stream, just craft stuff, put it on the market, craft stuff, put it on the market, craft stuff, put it on the market. And then be like, money. I can do the thing now. I fucking hate it. I don't want to do that shit. Unnerve / what's the other one? unnerve or intimidate. Intimidate and pick and element exposure is another option. Right, like I'm just trying to put the options in there, right? Like if you don't like ass and ass gentle touch, which is definitely the one I'll be using, then you can do either unnerve or intimidate and an elemental exposure, right? Yeah, and typically at that stage in the league, that 4 to 5 div item or 3 to 5 div item you're crafting, you make it 2 div or less. And so you do it once, and then now you can afford to do it twice, and then you can afford to do it 5 times, and now you've got 25 div, so you buy 2 cards while they're still 10 each, and then you craft twice more, and then you craft 4 times more, and then you craft 10 times more, and then you go, and then you get real lucky on like the 12th craft, and you make like the perfect version of that thing, and now that's up for 20 div, and it just stays there, and maybe it sells tomorrow or something, right? Yeah, what you don't want is to accidentally make that 20 or 30 div item as your first one, because you might not have an option except to sell it for very low. Because it's just, nobody's got 30 right now. You're trying to pull 3 to 5 out of people. No one's got 30. You might sell it for 5 or 6. But if it's your first one and you used all your money to make it, you're like, well... Just hopped in. Well, I mean, it's different every time. It depends on what's going on, right? Okay. List of unique body armors. Body armors time. Okay, we probably know all these ones off the bat ourselves, right? Also Merc with avian. So I'm not including all of the avian gear because it'll be excessive in the list, but I will make a point of it in the video.
When my wife was pregnant, I asked the midwife how many babies she had to deliver to become a full wife. She showed to my wife a look as if to say, "You poor thing. Bank robber, where's the safe? Tell her, bank robber." I said, "Where's the safe? Tell her, bank robber, WTF. Pen, he always does this."
Penn and Teller. Jesus Christ. That's so bad. Ah, that's so bad. I mean, technically you could run a cost freeze, but I wouldn't, but you can, and there are reasons to do so. So I'll add it as an option, but it's not the option I would use. I don't think Ghost Drive is fine. I think there's a argument for putting Cloak on it. Nah, there really isn't. Fuck that. I'd be very interested to know this right here. This is not something I'm going to put in the list, but this doesn't say things you kill. This just says found magic items. Like, like, does that, how, like, what, that's not a... Garb of the Ephemeral, which is my absolute favorite. This is the one I usually use. This is probably the one I'll be using again. Nearby enemies cannot deal crits. Nearby allies' action speed cannot be modified below base value. Fucking love that one. Close that now, you fucker. I need to give me this loot filter. I won't share it, I promise. I mean, if it works, I'll just have a loot filter module public for everyone. See, this thing will be really good as well. Enemies affected by your spider's web deal 10% reduced damage and have negative 10% all resistances. If you have a Merc that already has aspect of the spider, that's something. But I'm not putting it on the list. I'm not adding the spider things to the lists. Useless grapevine, did I just hear that? Well, especially with that thing we mentioned about grapevines just before. We don't need to mention that again. Don't worry about it.
Hey, my sub finally turned 18. Wait, why are you giving me that look? What did I say?
Okay, Alpha, even the 18-month resub. Don't think so. So replica Amblus and Conduit? Yeah. It just seems too risky. Like making him take damage just doesn't, like, that doesn't feel right. Huh. Wait, could you make a whole Doriani's prototype build, but just have your Merc running Doriani's prototype instead of you? Spore Guard goes on for sure. Fungal Ground is very strong. That goes in there. a lot of these things will be like Merc specific, like how does the Merc behave, right? Like if you've got like some ranged Merc who never stands still and is always like dodging and moving and weaving, this is shit. If you've got some Merc that wants to leap slam into the middle of the pack and then stand still and attack shit, that fungal ground drops instantly. And even if you don't get the explode part, you still get the negative res part. So unfortunately, I don't think Chains of Command will work because it's triggers. Tario's to buff auras. I'm pretty sure there is a rare modifier that does that. And I just don't think it'll be worth it to put this on. I mean, you get some area as well that I guess you can't get other places, but I don't know if that's going to be worth it. They'll never use the offering. You could get up to 25% increased life and 1% regen. They don't count as minions. This line doesn't work. This line doesn't work. Nearby enemies are chilled. I mean, that's an expensive option. Will it work? Yeah. Pretty sure that's one of the 6 meter radius options too. Like, it'll work. Bolster to go with the grapevines. Ah, this one's great. So, assuming this works the same way as the Animate Guardian, for what actually happens, this is real important for people who are like, but that says it grants a skill. Yes. The skill is called Unhinged. And what Unhinged does is change your stance between being sane or insane. But hidden on this item is that when you put it on, you just start as sane. So he'll never use the skill, so you will never become insane. Because it can't use skills or triggered items. But by virtue of putting it on, you become sane. So it can get up to 40% less physical and chaos damage taken from hits, and regenerate 10% of life over 1 second when hit. So Doppelgangers is great for keeping them alive. Odie and Merc, do you think this will work? Yes. Yeah, sure. Now, I'm working on the assumption that the sockets in the gear will not affect them. If I am wrong about that, some of these could be really good, but I mean, like, technically stasis prism is really good, but I'm just gonna go ahead and not add that to the list. It's just no. We can't have people looking for stasis prisms. Actually, we just can't. That's too much. Okay, so these are all really good options, but I notice I didn't put any like super budget options in. There has to be one or two like really super budget options. Add tender bait. Ember's charge, right? No. Hold up. No. This is good for animate guardians that block, but your dude won't block unless you put a shield on him. Lose 2% of life per second if you've been hit recently. It seems rough. That seems rough. Like we're after like some... Oh, well, I mean like the pelt, but spell skills are disabled. That includes auras. No auras or spells with this. Careful. Yeah, it's also not cheap right away either, but I'm adding it. Oh, belly is a really good cheap option to begin with. It's just like straight up a high amount of % life increase and some all res. Is belly better than a rare? Well, it costs 1C. So yeah. Joffrey's is good too. You don't want Zealot's Oath. There's got to be some other like cheap options to put on these guy. I mean, this one's really good if they block. Even if they block 50% of the time, this is really good. As soon as you put skills in items and give them to them, they will not use them. Correct. Maybe just cloak for cheap, like cloak of flame. I mean, like maybe. Wonder if Cloak of Tom Isley will really work. I mean, if it does, it'll be fucking great. But amulets that gain X level Oyas. No. I mean, lightning coil is okay. Brass Dome and Blunderbore are both like okay. Merc's get a Tabula, that'll do nothing. That'll do nothing. They still have a shirt on. Well, remember, they've got their own gear. If you put a Tabula on your Merc, you're replacing the rare it's wearing. You'd be actively making your Merc worse. Like, maybe don't do that. I mean, you can't... Careful, you can't steal his gear. Not if you hire him. They all have little locks on them. You can replace the gear with new gear, and you can take the gear back when you're done with it, but you cannot take his gear. You have to steal a piece of his gear instead of hire him. In which case he is not your Merc. He's just somebody you merked, which is different. Fourth vow. I mean, like, yeah, I don't think it's worth it, and it's not a cheap option again. Passive scaling they have. Scaling stats, etc. Barstone might be amazing. It might. Do they have flasks? No. Otherwise we'd need 2 mage bloods. Yeah, no, they do not. They do not have flasks. Can you both wear the chest? Can you do that tornado build? Aspect of the avian also grants aspect of the mine and avian's flight to nearby allies. So you're talking about, like, if I offset their cooldown and my cooldown, can I have, I've got might, he's got avian, so he gave me avian. So and so, like, for 1 second I've got both, then mine changes, then his changes, then mine changes, then his changes, then mine changes, then his changes. And you're like doubling the activations of the whirlwinds on both people. And then you and him, he will never trigger the whirlwinds, but he could be triggering his little flippy floppy aura at different cooldowns and like doubling the amount you do. I don't know, but that would be fucking hilarious if it works. And it would only make just a decent build. It wouldn't even be that good, but it might work. Thanks, I hate it. It'd be hilarious. If you have a 3 or 1, in a map you could have 6 if you had 6 players. You can bring 1 yourself, but if you've got 5 friends, they can all bring 1 each. Snap's party play is gonna look fucking disgusting. They're gonna melt servers. Okay, let's see what we can craft on chests. How rare do you think the minion fire damage to Chaos Glove mod will be? I have no idea, but hold on a second. Let me just save this before Merc master list before anything crashes. I have no idea how rare it'll be, but it is quite powerful. So You have 3 different outfits basically for different jobs. Yes. Like you can have one that's like there to do help you speed farm, one that's there to help you do really good like difficult content, or one that's there to help you with Uber bosses specifically, and it would be fine. They could all be set up. Okay, body armors, go. What can we craft? I mean, you can get the physical taken as, but don't think that matters. Again, don't think any of that matters. Have consecrated ground when you're stationary is sort of okay. Enemies you kill, again, I just don't think is good. Can you have your level 80 Merc carry you all through the campaign? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure the Mercs are character specific, but I mean, I suspect as long as you keep upgrading your Merc that it will help carry you through the campaign pretty well anyway. Maybe not exclusively, but it'll certainly fucking help. Like you're going to have a Merc probably at level 4, and it's going to be hopefully at least as strong as you are. I don't think leveling is going to be a huge deal. Yeah, aura effect is something I could craft. Nearby enemies are blinded is certainly an option. I like that option more than I like anything else so far. I mean, at least those two are... I mean, I guess you can get like... Oops. You can get nearby enemies are blinded and like 25% aura effect, which is pretty cool. But that also, that's like a double influence thing. That feels pretty... Assuming they have like 3 to 4 links in Act 1, they'll probably... Yeah, right? I don't see anything that like deserves to be in like a master list or anything so far. All right, what about implicits? I mean, it's been forever. We've not used rare chests and animate guardians in forever, and I imagine that's probably for a reason, but let's look through it anyway. Max reses, whatever. Relic and SRS untouched, slightly buffed. Both of them buffed pretty decently. Getting your animate guardian without risk of anything dying is great. The Mercs are fantastic for both of them. SRS got a glove mod that's disgusting. That helps a lot. Technically speaking, Holy Relic got like a belt mod that's like 20% CDR, but there's no circumstance in which we can use it, so it might as well not have existed. There's no circumstance in which that 20 breaks a gap, so it doesn't stop you from like needing any of the other things. And then on top of that, it's the belt, which we really can't replace. Like we don't even replace the belt with the mage blood, so like I'm not going to replace it with 20 CDR. So salt aridity, I mean, yeah, like I'm pretty salty about that mod, because it's like someone knew CDR would be a thing we would want, put that mod in, and then put it in a place where we literally can't fucking use. Like that's just, that can only possibly be intentional. Like that didn't happen by accident. Is even the thing you're working? Yes. Yes, I have. So we could get like aura effect, but yeah, and then a massive DPS buff for poison SRS. Yes. CDR rolls are always on belts though. Yeah, but there's not been any minion CDR rolls before. And it didn't have to be on a belt. There's a chance it's also on boots, because boots is another place that has CDR on it sometimes, which if it's on boots we can use, but it would need to be 30% as a max roll to be able to replace anything. Like to be able to, like it needs to be 30 or 32 to be able to step into the shoes of anything, make any other like breakpoint or replace anything or anything like that. So even if it's on boots, I can use it, but if it doesn't reach 30, then it can't replace anything. It doesn't bring me to another breakpoint. It does nothing. So I'm just, you know. Okay, you can actually get quite a bit of aura effect on a rare chest. That is quite a bit, actually. Like you can get, that's like, you can pretty easily get 50% aura effect off a chest. Assume. You'd use it if it existed early, like if it existed early on boots, I'd use it. And I guess like day one, when I don't have jewels yet, I might use it on a belt if it helped me reach. It would help me like day one. That looks wrong. Yeah, that's fine. Perfect. That's better. Okay. So obviously for weaponry, we've got some pretty obvious options for weaponry. I'm taking the Kingmaker, right? I'm like 50-50 on whether Kingmakers stack. I don't know if I'm going to give one to my Anime Guardian and one to my Merc or not. Like, line-wise, nearby allies have +10 to fortification. Well, you can do that twice. I can have +10 and then another +10. I can have 20 fortify. I can have 20 fortify and you can't stop me. But like, I don't know if it actually works. mean, 2 people could test it, right? This is another. I mean, just one person could test it, sure. It shows a buff called Kingmaker's Presence. Yeah. So that's what I'm like wondering. I mean, I'll just test it right now. Like, oh no, it cost me 16 div. Who gives a fuck? This is all fake money. The league's over. I don't fucking care. Need to buy a second one and then find a party member. Oh. There's more. I'll have another. Dun, 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 dun. So yep, I got 2 of them now. Not too bad. I'll come to you. Oh, nope, she came to me. Oh, she moved again. Oh, wait, this doesn't work. It doesn't give you the fortify. It only gives nearby allies fortify. We need a 3rd person. I need someone else. They only give allies. We don't. Shads, come help. Yeah. I misunderstood. I had forgotten about that part, that it only applies to allies. Yeah, the person who said 3 people was correct. I was wrong. We do indeed need a 3rd person. Okay, where is he? He's up here. He hasn't come down. Is he wearing it? Oh, wait, I saw it. It's 20. It's 20. I have 20. That's fantastic. They work, they stack. You can have 2 of them. How many stacks for 100? They still respect your maximum fortification stacks, of which we aren't stacking any. So 20 is currently my max. If a 3rd person showed up, it wouldn't go. You would have to get maximum stacks. Like, again, you can't stack more than 2. I mean, you could if you got maximum fortification stacks off things, but like, you have a maximum fortification stack, which is by default 20. So you can spec into it, you can get another 10, but it won't, like, you can't just keep going. Like, it doesn't work. Range is giga tiny. I mean, yeah, it always has been a bit tight. Actually, you stand directly in the middle, right? And then let me like inch towards you. Or there. So you, Shads is the big wing guy. It is a small, that's a small area. That is a real small area. There I am. That is a very, very small range. Hands hold with the Merc as you fight. Yeah. I mean, it's still like, yeah, look, I'm outside the range here. I am outside of the range here. That, I am out of the range there from Shads. I'm still out of range. Is he taking it off? Nope, there I am. Jesus. You have to be fucking close. Having AoE. I don't think Ink AoE affects presence in any way. I don't think it scales with that. You do have to crawl up his ass to get it. Yep. Since it's basically free with gold. I mean, so long as you get enough gold to make that worth it, then yeah. No shadow would ever benefit in mapping. Yeah, but you might benefit in the times when it... So here's the thing. An Animate Guardian with Meat Shield does stick to you like glue. Like, that's his job, is to be like fucking inside of you. That's what the Meat Shield support makes him do. So it works pretty good for that. You do pretty much have Fortify like most of the time. Anytime you stop, you'll have Fortify. and you don't get hit if you're moving. So right, and visit the bathroom. I will be back in a moment. But yeah, like hopefully there's a kind of Merc that loves to stay inside of you. I don't know. We need a Merc with separation anxiety. Right, I'll be back in a sec. Skill. Hex Blast. Oof. No. Yeah. Hex Blast is gone. They removed Hex Blast from the game. Actually, is what they did. They decided no more Hex Blast builds. Is there any change? Just the whole like the 100. Thanks to a great guide. Yeah, there will certainly be changes. Originally we were going to drop Spectres and Animate Guardian. Now we're just going to drop Spectres. But there are plenty of changes, but there'll be a new guide. It's better than it was. So or shockwave totems. Really no Spectres? Yeah, Spectres can die. And I expect that tier 16.5 maps are going to be like roughly as hard as tier 17s, and we're going to run them. So I don't want to have risky minions. Now we can run both Kingmaker and Dying Breath. Well, now we can run 2 Kingmakers as well. Will it nerf the damage big? No, not at all. The damage is going to go up. Don't worry about it. Full guide will come out in the next few days. All League start guides will be fine for that, Mr. Zims. All of them. Okay, so the Kingmaker stack, yes, we just tested it. However, their radius is very small, but they do stack. You can only stack 2 of them, so there's no point in having like multiple friends with it or whatever. But the radius is small. It's quite small, but you can technically have 2 of them. List of unique shields. Now there's a specific shield. And snaking tier 17 runs. Yeah, me too. There's a specific shield that this dude can use. Victoria is something. Chance to gain frenzy charges on hit. A chance to grant a frenzy charge to nearby allies on hit. Replica Victoria's is better, you reckon? 5% chance to grant endurance charge to nearby allies on hit. I honestly, both of them go in. If we were going to not use a Kingmaker though, or a Dying Breath, then we have one-handed weapons available, which I have never considered in the past for real options. What do we got? We got to look at swords, scepters. Like, there's just so many different items that could be one-handed. But like, are there any? Can anyone think of any that would be good for like aura style guys? Weapon slot 1. One-handed melee. Yeah, let's have a look here. Rares with aura effect and shit. Could be just a rare option for sure. I mean, sure. Sign of the Sin Eater. Enemies inflict nearby. And nearby enemies are blinded is an option. I mean, I guess. Oh, I mean, you could nearby enemies are hindered is a thing. I don't feel like that's a good use though. But what is a good use? Centuri's answer. The fuck is that? Oh, is that not a weapon? Right. Curse name is a punishment when you block ignoring curse limit. Punishment, temporal chains, and Ellie weak. Huh. Only if high block. Certainly an option if you have high block, for sure. I don't think obliteration is worth it. They will not be getting the kills. There's just an AoE blind there. That's pretty nice. Sign of the Sin Eater is kind of interesting. They won't use the smite, but it could make you ailment immune, sort of. Unique item build. This isn't a build. This is supposed to be a Merc master list for all of the auras and like supporting gear that you could possibly give it. So that you can just open up this path of building and be like, oh, what kind of body armors do I have options for? And then just like look at the options you could put on a Merc. What kind of helms could I use? And like look at all the options and find one for your build. That's the idea anyway. I mean, Singularity would just be an AoE hinder, but that's something, and it's cheap. So that's good. Not that. None of those. No party members. What about just the word enemies? Don't you explode? I don't think so. Okay, so how do you craft one-handed weapons for Aura Boys? Does I have to? How much do you need? You need to buy a temple, I assume. Oh, are they that expensive, are they? Look at that radius. It's so small, man. That's insane. It's just insane. So I don't want to bother including scepters and stuff that are going to be that expensive. Like, if you can afford anything even remotely close to that, then you don't even need this list. I am fucking curious myself though, so let's have a look regardless. What? So like, go to standard, look at scepters that are priced in mirrors. Are mirrors not an option? But I mean, sure, but like mirrors aren't an option? What the fuck is that? They're all gonna be. What's like one mod that would definitely be on them? Is there like a single aura mod of some sort that I can like I just want to see what they look like. No. Nope. Aura skill grant. Auras from your skill grant damage to allies. Ha! So for use on a dude, it wouldn't be worth making stuff like this. The plus levels probably wouldn't work on it. But I bet these mods just on their own would. I bet just that like specific aura has increased effect. I bet you could pick those up on one-handed weapons. I bet you could do that. The smell. Don't worry about it. It's screwed up, but I can only watch in 160p. Have you tried Pineapple, the YouTube stream? It uses less data and you can watch in higher quality. I'm just wondering. So it's definitely there as an option. Twitch has an audio only mode as well. Yes, I used to listen to streams in audio only mode on my way to and back from work. Agent breath, anger, zealotry, malevolence. Yep. Okay. Have I missed anything of importance, or is this a good enough master list to like just be like, all right, let's go? Darkseer is there as an option. There's a lot of options just because there'll be a lot of people trying to do it. Rings. So there's a few options for rings. I've got Doedre's Damning if you want to add an extra curse. Call of the Void might be interesting if you have a Merc that does always chill things. No, Obliteration is not worth it. But if you have a Merc that chills stuff, like it's just part of his kit is to chill things, then you can get enemies chilled by your hits, lessen their damage by half the chill effect. So that's pretty cool. You can use this one early if you have a Merc that sometimes crits, even if it only crits once every like 2 or 3 seconds. That would be okay. Attacks inflict unnerve on crit. Spells inflict intimidate on crit. So like that's cool. Chevron's ring could be used to get a bunch of regen if you want it. Anathemas can just put you at 3 curses available. Technically, I've put this one in here just to show off. I don't think anyone will do this, but you could just put an original sin on your Merc and have all nearby enemies have 0 chaos res. You could. And you put Doriani's prototype in it. I didn't. I could. Like, it's definitely a thing. Possibility at the end? Yeah, it'll be a video. I'll probably put together a few like sets of gear that I suggest out of this as well, so that you like have some ideas of sets. I don't think the cursed skitterbot ring will work even if you find one that has skitterbots, because I don't think it will respect what's socketed into it. Right? I just don't think that will happen. Okay, so manage new set of gear. What would I name a set? Tanky Merc some buffs. Honestly, this one's the one that like throws me the most. Nearby allies damage with hits is lucky. That's insane. Just all your hit damage is lucky. Like what? A what? It's a 1C amulet. Not 1C next league. It's actually so super fucking common. It probably still is 1C, even if people want it. And this will still be, this one will probably be my go-to belt. This will probably be my go-to belt. It's also pretty common, even if like hundreds of people want it. Nearby enemies convert 25% of their physical damage to fire. Put in the Alga Mortis gloves. I don't know if I did. But this is, so I don't know. This is interesting. Enemies in your chilling area. So that would be specific only to if they had a chilling area thing, right? I'll put it in there. Yeah, they need Creeping Frost or Vortex or something, and you need to also be doing lightning damage. Earning work that runs skitterbots. I don't think they'll respect the gem in the ring if you like use that ring to make them have a blasphemy. I don't think they'll. Oh, you mean just for this? Areas in your chilling area. I don't think your chilling area counts for skitterbots, does it? I think your chilling area has to be a... No, because they're skitterbots are technically minions, because you can link them to Infernal Legion, so they won't work with this. You'd need one that's doing Vortex or Creeping Frost or like one of those type of skills, which there absolutely might be. There absolutely just might be one that's just spamming the shit out of cold dots everywhere. And if that's the case, ta-da, they take fucking percent increased damage. There is one with aspect of the spider. We saw it. We assume the other aspects are all there as well. I mean, this is probably my setup, except I don't need Legacy of Fury because Scorch doesn't matter to me. And I'll probably use like Wind Scream and maybe another curse on hit or something. Probably. Also, like, I don't know whether he'll need doppelgangers or not. I think he could probably get away with Garb. But we'll see. I'm keeping him alive too. Yeah, like the doppelgangers. Honestly, the doppelgangers on its own is probably all you need. The important bit with doppelgangers is that you default start in sane state or stance or whatever you want to call it, and he'll never activate the skill because he won't trigger skills, right? So he'll just always be sane, where he takes less physical and chaos and then regenerates 10% of his life over 1 second whenever hit. Really good. Burden of Truth. So you only gain 10% out of that one. Yeah, it depends on how much health they have, I guess. Like if they have, let's just say they have 40,000 health and you get a perfect rolled one of this, but 10%. So that'd be 4,000. right? That is regenerate 1% of life per second per 500. That's still only 8% regen. I mean, assume you have another 1000 DS just because of some energy shield gear. You're still looking at, I guess that's like 10% regen per second. So that's not terrible, I guess. It's not terrible as long as they've got like 40,000 or more health. Most run it because my body slot is occupied. What are you using in your body slot? I mean, I'm probably going to be using... I'm tempted by Spore Guard pretty heavily. We're still going to have an Atlas tree. Yes. Oh, you're doing a Doriani's prototype thing? Yep, fair enough. I mean, they did also say, I think didn't they say something about tier 17s changing as well? Alright, so let's go with a cheap Merc that I would use. I mean, I feel like I'm going to use Periwinkle's Toe no matter what. As well as Comb's Binding no matter what. I feel like they're just... You know how fucking insane lucky damage for free is? That's fucking crazy. Dying Breath should be replaced by a one-hander and shield. Maybe? Alright, let's say we do that. Let's say we do like nearby enemies are blind. And then like a replica's charity, maybe? If we do that, then we can also use this, which will give it consecrated ground quite often. That wouldn't be bad. Flag, what does that one do? Walker's grenade kind of surge to you and your allies. I don't like that one, but I do like both Replica Victoria's Charity and the regular one, depending on what charge you want. I do like both of those. Even though they don't get, they're not going to get kills reliably. You're not getting frenzy charges out of this, but like endurance charges to nearby allies. Okay. You see some poison SRS or poison relic. Poison SRS will be higher damage. Relic will be more fun / smooth to play. Replica Vic. But Yeah, I like, yeah, I like that one. Shield, probably about the killer and shields while mapping. Maybe. Holy Relic is more tanky, yeah. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, I've put Gravebind here as an option, but it's really important to know that Gravebind only has a 4-meter radius, which is quite small. There is a world in which it's useful, but it would have to be a very particular kind of aggressive and faster than you style Merc that is definitely in the face of things all the time. And no minion has ever behaved good enough to really make that worth it. I think that Gravebind will just be bait, but it's there as an option. Is a very small nearby. So, yeah. Right, so let's see if I wanted just full buffs on this guy. I'm shooting Merc and everything goes boom. Yeah, Asenath just feels like I'm probably keeping Asenath the whole time. Do you reckon they can dual wield? Did we see any of them dual wielding? They can? Sweet. Elemental SRS gonna work this league? Probably. Maybe curse. Yes, I have done that as well. So here's one that, like, if you were just somehow you didn't give a shit about him, like he's already immortal because of the way he is, and you just want like the biggest buffs you could possibly get, you could build 2 aura effect things and get a buttload of aura effect. Use a Crown of the Tyrant, Cosprey's Will, not just to get an additional curse, but also to make it so that your hexes affect hexproof enemies. Still use Asenath's Touch, still use Legacy of Fury, still use Periquil's Toe, and get a second curse on hit from a ring for whatever the second curse you want them to have is. Potentially you could get a third curse on hit from another ring if you wanted, but you'd have to wear different boots for that. But SRS be good this league, yes. Okay, I definitely need to get started on those, like actually make those videos. Way too many questions about Holy Relic and Poison SRS. I'll try and get one of them out tonight. I'll try and get one of those videos out tonight. And then this one like 12 hours, this thing like 12 hours later, and then hopefully 12 hours after that, the next build. I'll leave that one empty. So played it all, did all of those, including Uber with it. Nice. Well, it got significantly stronger this patch, if that helps. But I like Holy Relic a lot more. So I'll be playing the Holy Relic build. Okay, so I have a few like setups here. Cheap. Tanky with some buffs, full buffs, but he's immortal. Version settlers loved it. Nice. I'm gonna also get my answers there. All of the answers will definitely be there. Okay, let's just save that. Update the Holy Relic. Yes, absolutely. America's in the new mercenaries to get this league. Yep. Never wanna do was the seems to be good for memory maps. So we're probably re-adding in the Animate Guardian since his occasional death won't matter anymore. But I think I'm still just gonna leave the fucking dudes out. Like the specters, I think I'm still just gonna leave them off, because if they die and I have to buy new ones, then I don't want to fucking do it, man. I just don't want to. Why Animate Guest doesn't matter now? Did it change? Yeah, they changed Animate Guardian this coming league so that if it dies, you cannot res it in that area. But when you go back to your hideout, you'll just press the Animate Guardian button, he'll just pop back up again. So if he's someone that'll die every map or two, that's still gonna be garbage and you're not gonna want it. Right? But if he just dies occasionally, if you're like, oh, he runs, but like once every 3 or 4 hours, you're like, oh, my Animate Guardian died. Doesn't fucking matter. He'll just res up with the gear again next time you're in your hideout for the next map. So because of that, we're going to put him back on. Kind of ruins my way of making money, but whatever. What were you doing with money making that had to do with Animate Guardians? Guardian gear will still be expensive as fuck. It might even be more expensive than normal. Like Kingmakers and whatnot, they're going to be more expensive than normal because way more people are going to want them. Way more. But you as an individual person will only have to buy the one. No Kingmaker recipe? Yes. Generally speaking, if a Kingmaker is 8 divs, then the Soul Taker will be like 6 or 7 instead of 8. And the other half of it is like a 1C unique. You should never actually buy a Kingmaker. It's almost always cheaper to just make your own Kingmaker. There are people who just make Kingmakers and then sell them and then go back and buy another Soul Taker and then a 1C item and just make another Kingmaker and sell it, and they just like passively make like 1 or 2 div every single time they do that trade. The price was high because people lost their Animate Guardians and needed new Kingmakers, and now one person only once will ever need it anymore. Right, except that the percentage of people who play minion builds is incredibly small. And the prevailing opinion right now moving into this league is that Animate Guardians are going to be mandatory for all builds. Everyone's going to run one. Now, I don't think at all that that's going to be the case. I think Animate Guardians without some investment in tankiness are going to die in the first 5 to 10% of every map these people run. And they're going to get frustrated and annoyed. And within 2 weeks, it's just going to crash over the course of 2 weeks. Everybody's going to be like, nope, don't want to do this. Nope, fuck that. And they're all just going to lose them. Right? But at least at the beginning, the demand for Animate Guardian gear will still be much higher than normal, because the prevailing opinion is people are going to run in with like single or double link Animate Guardians in their non-minion builds and just be like, lol. And it just... All right, is there any interesting tech in this?
Today, I'm going to share some text.
It's 17 minutes long.
Every single build in 326. In 326, we get a...
Did he just make a 17-minute video on put this gear on your Animate Guardian? And it's just endurance charges and doppelgangers guys.
New mechanic called Mercenaries. And if you saw...
Holy shit, show me the gear. I'm not watching a 17 fucking minute explanation for this. My dude, what the fuck are you doing? Is that important for some reason? Show me.
Bosses and T17s combined. So I'll do some showcases for that. But this is a character that is my exact Molten Strike of the Zenith character. I have 0 minion nodes. I don't have a minion anoint. I have scions. There is 0 minion investment.
Yeah, we get it.
Like this, these follow this rule as well.
Okay, yep. So doppelgangers, that's default. That's normal for making them tanky. Yep, cool. What else you got?
Does get multiplied by things like life regeneration rate.
Yep, sure.
So
standard. This is normal.
Life regen. It'll make it 12%.
Yeah.
On these gloves, I just looked for dual res with life regen.
Yep, this is normal. We've done this for years.
The influence mods don't matter at all. It's just the same thing. I wanted tri-res as suffix.
We can't do that anymore.
This is nerfed next league.
There are no more.
Yep. On weapons.
No more of that.
However, mercenaries have belt, amulet, and both rings. They have all gained weapons. This is going, by the way, is there are some really strong supporting jewelry pieces that tier.
You seem to think doppelgangers was new tech and minion players didn't know how to do this. No. This has been very, very standard tech for a very, very long time. Pericle's toe is right in everybody's list as well.
This one amulet is a tier 4 unique. It's one of the most common amulets in the game.
Yep. Everyone's using that.
Is 33% more damage.
Everybody's using that.
You can do zing, but it was to just
holy shit. It's just a recover. Yep.
Like infinite life recovery. You can't get shotgun killed. I
yep.
have to reduce damage. You know.
Yep. That's also standard.
For what I've thought, up to like 170. Imagine the endurance charge relicash will not be that. You 25. So.
Is there anything new in here?
The gloves. No, we got like, dude.
Okay, this is all just like stock standard minion shit we've been doing for years now. Literally exactly the normal stuff. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's fine. But like, there's nothing new in there. That's all a very well established tech that we've been using for years. Make a video shitting on him. I mean, no, it's fine. Inform people of the normal tech. Right? Like, inform people of the normal. That's good. The group of people that watch him are not the same group of people that normally watch minion content. So it's probably new information for a lot of them. It's just not new information for people who play minions. We've been doing that exact shit for a while now. That is all standard stuff. But the people who watch him don't normally deal with minions. So like that is might be new tech for them. That's a good video for him to make. Right? It just isn't giving me any new information, that's all. But I'm like a minion person, so like that's fine. Yeah, there's 1 mana left, but like I said, the guys who follow 1 mana left content probably have never made a minion build in their life. So like that's probably all new information to them. That's a good video for him to make. Alright, I'm gonna call it a day streaming. I'm gonna jump off. I'm gonna work more on my Path of Buildings and record a video tonight. At least one of the videos, if not 2 of the videos. We're gonna watch the test. I've had Animate Guardians at like 3,500 depth in Delve before. This is not like it's good, I'm sure. It's good, I'm sure. It's not new. We've done this before. Like none of that is. Yes, they were like, oh, he's so. A few people over the course of today have been like, yo, 1 mana left has solved the tankiness problem. It's just the standard new tech. It's just the normal standard stuff we've been doing for ages. It's just the regular stuff. It's not anything special. It's good. It's good information for those people to have. It's nothing new for minion players. That's all. Because everybody's going to be using them. Yep. That's why I've got some other options like cheap Merc setups. So good shit. This is one of the best ones. Non-minion streamers need to stay in their lane. No, there are no lanes. There are no lanes. There is just a group of people who make content who collectively hope to inform as many people of as much stuff as we can so that everybody else can have a good time. The crossover between my audience and 1 Mana's left audience is probably so small. He should be informing people of that stuff. He knows it. The people who normally follow his kind of content probably don't run minions. They don't know this shit and they need to now. So that's a great video for him to make. I don't think it needed to be 17 minutes, but that's a different story. But yeah, don't tell people to like stay in their lanes. Like people should make all the content they want, right? Like hasn't done anything wrong. Like not stepping on anyone. That's not how this works. Yeah, as long as he's not making shit up. Now, if people are making shit up, call them out about that. If people are lying to you, call them out about that. But we don't just call people out because they're making content that's slightly different from what they normally do. Should encourage it to be, if anything. It's good. Alright. However, I am gonna run and I'm gonna probably eat some food real quick and then get back to video making. I'll get at least like 1 or 2 of the videos recorded tonight, and then hopefully the third one tomorrow. No, we'll do the third one tomorrow. So there's 3. There should be 3 in the next 2 days, hopefully. Miracle does not help Holy Relic. It does, because like not quite half, but like 45% of our damage is hit damage. We do a decent amount of hit damage anyway. And this is roughly 33% more damage on hit damage. So, okay, it's not as helpful for us as other builds, but that's still going to be like 16.5% more damage for Holy Relic, right? Like that's still insane. Although you could also go with this option, because that is a 15% cull. However, if you've got a Kingmaker somewhere, you already had a 10% cull, or if you're using
silence anime woman,
or if you're using culling Strax somewhere, then you'll already have a 10. So that really only counts as 5, right? 15 is a good percent cull, but it's really only 5 if you had access to cull before, because you're moving the bar from 10 to 15, right? So I'm still going to probably be wearing Pericles Toe on my Merc while playing Holy Relic. Good news, it is tier 4, which means it's common as fuck. So everybody still gets this for 1C. Everyone still gets this for 1 chaos. Do not pay more than 1 chaos for this. If it happens to go up for like 30 or 40 chaos on day 1, just fucking relax. Just don't buy it. It's so common. It's so common. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna go do work. I will see everybody probably tomorrow. Probably found 17 of those today farming dunes. You probably found closer to 40 of them today. It's insane. They're very common. It's like the second most common tier of unique. You will, like, guaranteed in solo self-found, you will have it level of, like, everyone could just drop their own on the floor. It will be fine.